Я тут трошки вже поіграв вне запису. Забув його підробити. Нічого особо важного ви не пропустили, якщо Солукіч. Я подумаю міняти білд зараз. На дуали знов. Тільки на цей раз нормально його зробити, бо цей білд, що в мене, трохи жирний просто там. В плані дуже багато треба статів на нього і обілок, перків верніше вкачати, щоб він нормально працював. Так як мені зараз дають пізди, а я не хочу отримати пізди, я вирішив трохи свапнути свій білд. Странно, що я можу тут це нахуй обчистити і мені ніхто нічого не каже. Вставай. Ні? Бля, яка помойка. Потім продам. А, ще паралельно я загружаю минулу запись на YouTube вчорашнього стріму, так що можу трохи підфріжувати. Комп в мене явно не першої свіжості. Ну, який є. Лучше, ніж те, що було до цього. Так що, anyway. Ні, це фул хуйня, так вночі сидіти. А, все, загрузилось, найс. Тепер все має бути ок. Не, треба ставити костер, робити привал і ждати до ранку, бо нікого, сука, нема. Всі дрихнуть якусь хуя. І мене це так харить, що я не можу ні з ким поговорити через те, що вони сплять. Тепер можна.
Welcome to my home. Whatever brings you here, know that the Langfords were always known for hospitality, even in times like these. Sit down. Have a drink with me. This is precisely what you should expect from the Langfords. This place has seen better days, sure. Used to be full of people. Now no one bothers, not since things turned sour. But it's still mine. I was born here, and I'll die here. Let those damn Camelosians try and drag me out. That said, Finally! Someone with proper manners. Everyone else around here just takes and takes. I've nearly forgotten what kindness feels like. But never mind all that. Come, sit, feel at home. What's the word out there? Still cheering and selling cabbages while the world rots beneath their feet? They happened to themselves. Misfortune, betrayal, weakness. By the time it all landed on me, the gold was gone and the doors were already closing. And somehow I'm the one everyone points at. And go where? Wander the roads like some beggar? My family has lived in this town for centuries. I'd rather be crushed beneath the stones my forefathers placed here than abandon them. Survive as what? A nobody scraping by, begging favors. Better to die remembered here than live forgotten out there. All alone? Not quite. There's one left. A servant. Stays up in that shed on the roof. She doesn't talk much, though. She's probably waiting for me to croak, so she can sell the place for scrap. But she'll be waiting a while. I've outlived better people. My uncle's betrayal is what started it all. He convinced my father to invest the family fortune in a new mining venture in the northern hills. He said the ore will make us wealthier than ever. Ha! The mine flooded, the workers died, and the council demanded reparations that bled us dry. Then the vultures descended. Merchants calling in debts. Neighbors turning their backs. My father died of grief. And I inherited nothing. The Camelosians? Upstarts and pretenders, the lot of them. And now they strut about, issuing orders about the weirdness coming. Convenient excuse to drive me from my ancestral home, isn't it? Have you now? Convenient. Listen, stranger. Fog and strange lights don't make a catastrophe. This island has always had its oddities. The Langfords have documented them for generations. What you saw was probably just marsh gas or one of the old ruins shifting. They've manipulated you, just as they try to manipulate everyone. But I know better. This house stays, and so do I.
Ну, як ви знаю, удачі.
Back to your important business. But tell others what you saw here. The last...
Да, всім на те похуй. Чел. Так, мені наверх. Надо зараз набрати по максимуму квестів, знайти свій сундук, рерольнутись і йти работати. То з цими підосями нормально не побазариш.
Visitor, let me guess. You've been chatting with the last great Langford downstairs? I could hear his booming voice from up here. Always the same stories, the same complaints. Sell it? To whom? This place is worth nothing but memories and rot. And if I wanted him dead, I wouldn't have spent 30 years cooking his meals and washing his clothes. So, I've heard he told you about the betrayal, the mine, his poor father dying of grief. You want to know what really happened? So, I've heard he told you about the betrayal, the mine.
Блять, не повторяй діалог.
There was a mine. That much is true. But it wasn't his uncle's idea to dig. It was his. The last great Langford heir, barely 20 and already gambling away the family fortune in Camelot taverns. The mine was his desperate attempt to recover his losses. He ignored all the warnings, water pockets, old miners who refused to work there. He hired desperate folk who didn't know any better. When it collapsed, 27 miners died, and not a single coin was spent on their families until he was forced to pay up. He blames everyone for his family's downfall, except himself. Sir Senric was a good man. He didn't die of grief. He died trying to make things right. Traveled to every family that lost someone, offering what compensation he could. Worked himself to exhaustion trying to salvage the family name. The night he died, our noble heir downstairs was passed out drunk in the gambling halls of Camelot. Didn't even attend his father's funeral. The Camelotians offered to help. Some lady wanted to pay half of his debts out of respect for his father. The young drunk threw a wine bottle at her and called her a vulture. There were 12 of us left when things got bad. Loyal folk who stayed even when the pay stopped. For months, we used our own savings to keep food on the table. His table, mind you. Then winter came, and the food stores were empty. The old groundskeeper froze to death in his cottage because the Lord needed the firewood for himself. The others left one by one. Only I remained, foolish old woman that I am. Not for him, for the promises I made to his father. Watch over my son, Lord Senric asked me as he lay dying. He is lost, but perhaps one day he'll find his way. 30 years I've waited for that day. But now, with the weirdness coming, even promises must sometimes be broken. He knows it's real. That's the most pitiful part of his charade. Sometimes at night, I hear him at the east window, watching the mists with a spyglass, whimpering like a child. But to admit that it's real would mean admitting the Camelosians are right, and he'd rather die than do that.
Ну, значить, здохне.
Last week, it took the old mill at the edge of town, turned it inside out. Stones became light as paper. Water flowed upward. Whatever
Понятно.
you decide to do, don't linger too long. Some ends come whether we're ready or not. I've packed my things. Soon I will leave with... I fulfilled my promise for long enough. Perhaps you're right. 30 years is long enough to wait for a man to find his conscience. The Langford line ends with him, one way or another. Listen, in the library, behind the portrait of the First Lady Langford, there's a hidden compartment. Inside is the true family ledger. Not the lies he tells, but the real history of this place. If you could take it somewhere, at least some truth would survive. The Langfords weren't always what he turned them into.
Ладно. Це типа міні-квест, який я сам маю зробити. Блять, знати взагалі, де та бібліотека. Хуєть, а що це за замок? Сібейший. Якщо це якийсь гігаданш, то круто, якщо ні, ну таке. Тобто подивись на це, чисто якийсь вінний домик дворянина і нормасний такий замок. Що ви тут лохи забули? Да. Це буде кража? Ні, не буде. Значить ми все почистимо. Блять, кружку не треба було брати. Треба вскривати всі замки, які бачиш. Я не думаю, що я знайду хоч в одному доміку хоч щось цікаве, але... Я хуй знаю, яблук на пейджі. Блядь, добавили цілу ветку воровства і нічого толкового, щоб я міг спиздить. Не. Ладно. М. Мені дуже цікаво, що то був за тотем, який я хп йому типу мав пожертвувати. Я вроді як дав йому там 133 хп всі, які в мене були, але ну якось не дуже сработало, правда? І знову пуста хата з нічим прикольним. Тупо все те саме. Я оце гамніще даже читати не буду, і так видно, що Раз на церкву це йобані фанатики. Не знаю, нахуй я ці книжки піджу. Ну, хай будуть. А що це у нас? Сундучок. Це мені. Тут я був. Не. Пустувато. Ті крепості. А хоча, скільки я тут пару цих пробіг домиків. Лікарня. Як завжди, мрак.
Oh, hello there.
What do you want?
There. You're going to feel better
О,
soon.
блядь.
I'm just trying to help
Ще
you.
раз. Мусор.
You'll get better soon.
Всіх
Yes.
заїбашу.
There. You're going to feel better soon. Do you need something? Are you in pain? I'll do all I can to help.
Що в тебе є на продаж? Берем. Тоже пригодиться. От оце дуже класна тема. І давай це ще візьмемо. Ну, це хуйня. Ну і обичні хілки. Типа, 2 сказаних давати не хочу. Давай тобі сразу і продамо весь хлам. Бля, я ще один огняний спел лишній продав. Ну, ладно. Це все мені надо, скоріш всього. На кружки тобі всякі. Це ескіз. Це мій ескіз, не дам. Крадя не береш? Єбать, подруга, ми з тобою подружимося. Я щас тобі все принесу.
Well, actually, the hospital is run by Camelot. I'm just an apprentice to Neonte, the priestess of the All-Mother here in Kunot. But the healer from Camelot is dead, and Neonte spends most of her time at Lord Yvain's manor. So, it seems I'm on my own. Here, take this. I hope it helps. Unfortunately, that's all I can give.
Пойдет.
Camelot treats this place like a field hospital. To them, it's temporary. Though I suppose that's their outlook on all of Kunot right now. The legate says Camelot simply can't spare anyone else. According to him, one priestess and her apprentice should suffice. And yet, his soldiers are the ones who are supposed to get priority. Even if they only have a blister, I'm required to treat them before a local with a broken leg. Oh, she thinks I have everything well in hand. As if she doesn't notice it, all falling apart. I know I should feel flattered by her trust. But I'm not even a priestess. The only training I've had is what she's given me. Ever since Lady May fell ill and died, Neonte's barely been here. She just sits by her grave. Truth be told, I'm a bit worried about her. Even when she does come by, she seems absent, and I don't even have the time to go check on her. It is. It really is. The hospital's barely holding on. Camelot pays us a pittance for treating their soldiers. And the villagers just pay with what they can. But I can't make medicine with eggs and chickens. And even if I could, I don't have the time. Some days, I dream that someone will swoop in and take it all off my hands. Ideally, it would be Neonte, but I'm not sure I can count on her anymore. Still, maybe it's worth a try. There is a patient who won't let me treat him. His name's Wilbur, and he's a difficult case. Most of what ails him is just old age. Some days he's clear-headed, but those are becoming fewer and farther between. Lately, he won't let me touch him. He yells at me, claiming I'm keeping him here by force, away from his family. He's even stopped eating and refuses to take his medicine. Honestly, I'm at my wit's end. I don't know how to help him anymore without scaring him even more. All of Connacht knows that I was marked by the weirdness. It's not as bad as people make it out to be, but some are superstitious. They believe I bring bad luck. When Tainted took me in, there were a lot of whispers, though it got better once I started working in the hospital. Weirdness or not, at least they have a healer. But I'm afraid that, in Wilbur's head, I've become some monstrous figure, keeping him prisoner. You can try, if you'd like. Just, please.
Що нахуй? Що тобі
You're
лагає?
helping that jailer with the weird face, are you? Might as well throw me in the stocks then. I ain't going to... I want... What am I talking about? Everyone treats me like some old fool who doesn't know what he's talking about. I can see what everyone around me is plotting. I'll remember all of this. You hear me? They live in the lower district. I'll go to them. But that cursed wench won't let me leave. Bollocks. There's been no Red Death since King Arthur's times. I bet she's the one who filled your head with all that nonsense, eh? Don't listen to her. You can tell right away that nothing good comes from her. Good folk don't end up twisted like she is.
Have some spare food.
Have you come to offer aid? Or do you stand If so, do not let fear grip your heart. Trust the will of the word. No, I am no priest. Merely a corpse through which the word is fulfilled. My path is clear now. When I am strong enough, I shall speak of the miracle I have lived through. In the shadow of the plague I stood, and yet I survived, shielded by the divine protection of the word. I am but an empty vessel, yearning to be filled with the sacred. Now I am perfect alone. I lie in this cold place, silently, but soon all shall be perfect. I have been marked, a gift given to me so that I may pass it on. Tell me, do you wish to become an obedient corpse, able to hear the voice of the one who guides us to the final act? It will take but a moment. Now, go to the place where I first set foot on this path. There, you will find the one who shall become your shepherd. Soon, you will be reborn.
Help with some...
Це значить.
on your journey, will you?
Писався в якусь тупу хуйню, правда? Понятно. Ну, та подруга скупа як радіна, це круто.
Just passing through? Good. Ah, a visitor. I'm Ebert Talbot, at your service. Pardon the mess, we're packing. The weirdness is drawing near, and I intend to have my family in Borough by week's end. Wait, you must be the stranger everyone's talking about. The one who made the Menhir glow brighter. Just perfect. My wife already refuses to leave, and now your arrival will only fuel her delusions. Family legacy, ancestral home, take your pick. Her family has held this estate for generations. My wife can't see reason. She believes Lord Yvain will find a solution. Ha! That man can't decide what to eat for breakfast without a committee. They're our best hope. And if they take the Menhirs from all across the land and dump them all in Camelot, well, one final sanctuary is better than scattered outposts falling one by one. Will it be crowded? Yes. But I'd rather my family live in discomfort than die in luxury. They know what they're doing. I trust them more than this dying town, and definitely more than our Yvain. A weak man bearing a great name. His ancestors were a great house. Legends say Palamedes stood firm against Arthur himself. Yvain can barely stand against a stiff breeze. Multiple times. I've attended every meeting, presented rational arguments, offered to fund transportation for those who cannot afford it. Yvain listens politely, then does absolutely nothing. The sensible ones have, and now only the stubborn remain. That includes my wife, of course. We should be ready to depart at a moment's notice, yet my wife still refuses to pack a single dress. I won't leave her behind, but I cannot stay and watch the weirdness take everything I love.
Я просто хотів з'їбатися, мене не дуже цікавлять ті проблеми.
Then I face an impossible choice. Leave my wife to die, or stay and perish alongside her. I love Vesa with every fiber of my being. I cannot imagine life without her. Perhaps in the final hour, faced with the encroaching fog, she will change her mind. Short of the weirdness retreating, no, I don't think so. You would do that? I'd be most grateful. Vesa respects new voices than my endless nagging. If you could convince her, I would.
Це не вважається кражею. Чого тут все не вважається кражею в цих домах? Куди скрипт якийсь не прописали.
You startled me.
Ти нахуй.
You startled me.
Ви що, їбануті? Нічого я не краду.
You startled me.
О, це мені надо. Це сюди. Пригодиться.
Just passing through? Good.
Тряне плаття селянки. Би дворянина було б з кайфом.
Welcome. I am Vesa Meredith Talbot. Please ignore the crates. My husband's doing. He insists on preparing for an evacuation I won't join. 4 generations of my family have lived here. The wordness may take it from me, but I will not abandon it willingly. Each generation of my family faced a crisis, and each endured. What message does it send if I'm the first to abandon our legacy? Eadbert has always been cautious, but there are times when caution becomes cowardice. The Menhir still stands. Lord Yvain still searches for solutions. And I've heard that the Menhir responded to you. If such miracles are possible, why surrender before the battle is truly lost? I believe nothing is certain until it occurs. Hope remains while the Menhir stands. Lord Yvain carries a heavy burden, and he's looking for balance. He's searching for a solution that preserves both our people and heritage. His heart is true. Well, at least that's what I chose to believe. Action without wisdom is merely motion. And what's the point in that? I know. That's what makes this difficult. He trusts what he can see and touch. Gold, contracts. He struggles to believe in possibilities beyond immediate danger. I love him for his caution, but some crises demand we stand firm. Eadbert would never abandon me. We've been married 20 years, and he never gave me a reason to think he could do such a thing. Still, I see the fear in his eyes when he looks toward the horizon. The wordness terrifies him in ways I cannot fully understand. Well, my grandmother once told me that legacy lives in bloodlines, not stones. Perhaps I dishonor their memory by clinging so rigidly to walls and earth. But the Menhir reacted to you. And you're an outsider. You must have seen the wordness yourself. Tell me, truly, what would you recommend? Should we stay and fight for our heritage, or flee like Eadbert wants to?
Hmm. Hmm.
How diplomatic of you. But sometimes fence-sitting is just another form of cowardice. I asked for your counsel because you have a connection to the Menhir. Something truly extraordinary. If even you won't take a position, then I must trust my instincts. And my instincts say we stay and fight for what's ours.
Я найс, в мене не получилось. Блін. Чел, ви остаєтесь.
Just passing through. Did you? You think we haven't talked? We've done nothing but talk for weeks. Every conversation ends the same way. Her clinging to her family legacy, me pointing to the approaching, but perhaps you're right. One final conversation. Heart to heart. No, I'll try once more.
Ладно, все, йдіть нахуй. І займатися чим безполезним. Наприклад, пошуком свого йобаного сундука. Де він? Мені треба виложити шмотки. Просто болванчик. Склад не хочу там шаритись, якось впадло. А, тут великий город. Все-таки не повезло. Піздьожі буде багато. Спуск на низ. Я ще тут не шарився. Боже, ну і бомжатня. Що тут ці уродів куча лазить. О, нашов. Найс. Так, перемістим це сюди, це сюди. Да і це, навірно, теж. А, я все-таки один вогонь лишній продав, навірно. Чи скинув його просто. Дагери, всю срань зараз продаємо. Це дропнем це. Окей, це сюди дропнемо. Це сюди. Надо ще приділити ці дві штуки. Скоріше всього, дуже навіть не хірові мають бути. Костер, де ми тут десь тулим. Ну і гамно, ці щити не беремо більше ніколи, вони хуйню стоять. Нормально, зараз продам. Плюс 4. Вау. Вау. Чисто хуйня на продажу. Окей. Далі все крадене зараз продамо. Чого воно тут буде валятись, правда? Надо мені ці кинжали контрабандистів чи ні? Ну хай будуть, поки що. Шмотки. Нахуй продать. А остальне хай лежить. Колечки. Тоже хай всі будуть. Як і ці штуки. Оце прикольна тема для армора, кстати. Тут слиток. Все, пошли продамо сразу в лечебнице. Чтоб не забудь. І рерольнимось. В принципі, в мене цих фласок має хватати, плюс я знаю, де їх можна купити. Надіюсь, мінімум. Як удобно, що ти скупаєш все крадене. Найс. О, якраз біля камня телепорта ідеально. Так, я відійду на минутку.
I don't think you should be doing that.
І давно ці два фріка їбаних на мене палять. Валіть нахуй звідси. Уйобіще. Так, давай тоді приділимося по білду. Це мені не тре, це мені не тре. Мечі. Де там ці два статих мечика було? Пу-пу-пу. А де вони? Мені що повилазило, чи я їх, блядь, продав, чи викинув? Бать, що за приколи? А, це дворучники. Тоді нема смисла. Блядь, що? Якого хера це дворучники? Бля, весь білд по пізді. Скільки в мене ловкості? О, в мене ще до левелапа нема. Надо. В мене 3 ловкості, забудь. Вертаємо, сука, все як було і не вийобуємося. Треш. Я думав, це одноручник і зараз кайфом помахаю мечами. Тернарило. Але, в принципі, я можу взяти один цей. Одноручник. І якийсь, наприклад, такий, але треба восприяття качати. Це прикольно звучить. Та ні, в цьому смисла тупо нема. Да, тільт, конечно. Тоді давай новий молоток потестимо, цей що станеть. Чи може якийсь дворучний меч? Чи дворучний меч? Ці було б прикольно, але ще цілих 3 левела. Не. Це я ходять такий жорсткий. Бля, давай реально ним попробуємо помахати. А чо ні? Тоді щит. А, 7 стойкості ще треба. Ладно. Значить так, поки що. Скільки в мене стойкості? А, одну стойкості, то есть один левел. Значить ми зробимо тоді так. Павку. Давай це тоді візьмемо. Потім в праву руку ми беремо цей меч. Дві руки цей попробуємо з ним поганяти. Візьмемо той щит. Цей ми виложимо, візьмемо цей. Кинемося в одну стойкость. Мені anyway стойкость для меча того треба, да? Як він там? На, 10 стойкості треба, так що вкачаємо одну стойкость. Все з кайфом. Поставимо цей щит. Він виглядає жорстко. Да. Тоді можна і подивитися якийсь новий арморчик. Йоу. Арморчик. Мені дуже ця кіраса не нравиться. Вона взагалі ніхуя не захищає. І ці сапожки теж. Тоді окей, це скинемо і це скинемо. Почекаємо, що в мене є. Кіраси. П'ятнадцять стойкості, їбать. Ну це прям супер лейтовий білд. Хоча можемо перекинути, наприклад, звідси. Просто так само все рерольнути. Бать, ну ти уродець. Наприклад, дивись, в мене зараз персонаж. Атрибути. У мене 8 практичності, які я можу перекинути 7. Сюди, наприклад, вкинути до 10 і ловкості викачати. 10 так само духовність убрати. Чи мені треба там на щось духовність? Я хуй знаю. І так само тут перерозподілити все. Наприклад, цю ветку забити хуй на неї. Поки що. Хай таки буде. І вкинути все сюди, потім. Щось там я вроді сюди мав скинути, да? Ні, ось сюди. Сюди 3 перка. Ага. Да. Це хороша тема. І потім в дворучник піти. Чи в общому? Да, в общому. Викачатися тоді тільки в дворучник. Вроді з бабками все окей, я можу, в принципі, все скидати в свій сундук, а потім все продавати. Ну, я б оце оставив би і оце оставив. Остальне можна не брати. Раз, два, 3, 4, 5. Тут, допустим, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Навіть 8 перків буде лишніх. Ось, да, я все зможу прокачати. Так і зроблю, трохи рерольнуся. Нові фласочки класні. Це супер прикольна тема. для воїна. Далі фласочки. У мене таких 3 штуки. Окей, випали. З кайфом. Так, далі. Тут я це і це качав, це я помню. Доступні очки. Практичність. Чи може нахуй надо? На 50% більше ні, це надо по-любому. І це надо. Окей, далі тут. Це повністю. Це повністю. Да, обязательно. Це сюди, це сюди. Потім. Це хороша тема. Обязательно. Не впевнений. Обязательно. У мене остається 7, далі в стойкость. Сюди. От так. Потім в общем. Чи може в стойкості убрати поки ці 2 таланта. Дивимося, що там в общем дають нам за це. Да, це класна тема. Угу. Тоді так, в стойкості. 2 очка, блін, жалко тут це. Не викачується. Так і так тоді. Пойдет. Тепер цей білд більш-менш має бути робочим. Потім дворучку буду качати. У нас спочатку буде це викачати. Ошеломлення потім докачається. Практичність і армор. Оце треба було б теж докачати. 3 перка сюди всадити обов'язково. Скорості так, і потім можна буде докачувати, блін. Ух. Тут по факту тільки оце мені треба. Зцілення збрасувати щочок, ну це хуйня. Типа я постійно під хавкою маю бути, так що воно мені не особо надо. Як і оці пару відсотків хп нахуй надо. Можна не качати. Оце обов'язково 2 таланта сюди зараз вкинемо після цього. Як викачаємо тут. Ні, спочатку вес армора скинемо. Да. Потім 33 доступні очка навика. Що я хочу? Чи можу я це Аронді попробувати? Що мені на нього треба? Мені треба 18 сили і 10 ловкості, 10 стойкості. «18 сили. 10 стойкості. Ну і ловкості не хватить чуть-чуть. Прям 2 левела. Блять, дуже обідно. Окей. І хай поки так буде. Це я можу носити, да? Це я можу носити. Тоді поки так побігаємо. А Ронді полежить почилить. Я ж можу оцю срань носити? 3 практичності надо. Не можу. Шкода. Пішов нахуй, пішов нахуй. Берем армор. Шлемом определились, цей мені більше нравиться. Кіраса. 15 стойкості, це ж йобнутись. Що я взагалі можу таскати? З такими-то статами говна. Значить, цю кірасу беремо. Рукавиці. Подивимося, може є що получше. Ні, нема. Вон уже. Один можна продати. Я ніхуя не можу таскати, крім цих. Жились. Ці непогані. Ні, хуйня повна. У мене вибору нема, або ці, або ніякі. Це я можу носити, да? Правильно? Мені хватає статі. Да. Тоді поки так. Я би це, навірно, взяв, ніж. Те, броні більше. Жорстко. Тепер треба якийсь дворучник. Взять, так, і дворучне. Що я взагалі можу таскати з адекватного? Прикольна тема, кстати. Цей можна взяти і заточити його трохи. Це теж прикольно виглядає. Але вже лучше взяти якийсь цей молот. А, це два одинакових. Значить, один ми точно продаємо. Це можна через призиви, типа, іграти. Але нахуй надо. Тоді що, беремо цей молот чи цей меч? Шанс крит урона чи молот, який 20% оглушає? Цей на 120 більше урона носить. Чи по уєб'є? Ні, я хочу з дворучним мечом походити. Колечки, что у нас там? Вес и хп реген, да, пойдет. Ну, тоді поки так. Я знов в супер хеві тяжі бігаю. Жорстко. Зато я цим можу отражати кучу урона. Ще якщо блокану, то ще там пізда урона навалить. Окей, тоді що мені далі качати атрибути? 2 в ловкость вкинути, потім ще дохуя в стойкость. Щоб таскати твій армор, але тоді в мене дерево навиків викачається до того моменту, коли я зможу нормальний той армор таскати. Надо буде ще оце на 15%, чи скільки там зменшити. Все, погнали далі. А з таким сетапом поганяю. Можна було б ще взяти якісь там камішки, щоб чисто улучшити собі. Реліквії для оружия, наприклад. Хуй пойми що. Можна оце і це вставити. І буде непоганий статус-ефект для того клінка, але я хотів би йому чисто фізу в'їбать. Оце дополнительно 10 урона. І оце ще можна було б. Так, ладно, давай я оці фріковську хуйню поубираю, все-таки продам. Ну, поки не буду нічого чарить. Так, поганяю. Робимо привал. Ранку. І підемо далі шаритись тут. Понятно, це таверна, яку залочили ублюдки. О, барига.
Nice to see you. Hello there. Looking for solid, affordable gear? Ah, but where are my manners? I'm Alwyn. And you, my dear stranger, look like you're in dire need of a resupply.
А не дуже.
Well, the men here doesn't seem to be on the verge of dying anymore, and with the Camelosians around, business is booming. The longer they stick around with nothing to spend their coin on but our stalls, the better for us. It's a bit of a shame I'll have to delay visiting my brother at the Horns of the South, but he'll understand. He always says he can't leave his stall for even a single day.
Давай один візьмем. Блять, жорсткий армор. Але ніякого ефекту. Це просто хілки. Окей, що я тобі мав продати? Таке гавніще, да? Хай його купляв, хуй його знає. Один тутовський шах, він мені не нужен. І все. Окей.
What brings you this way?
Здорово.
Welcome! I haven't seen you around before, but since you decided to visit, I can tell that you have excellent taste. One day, a friend of mine asked me if her new dress looked good, and I told her, you have excellent taste. She was tickled pink and said, oh, do you really think so? And I said, absolutely. After all, you came to me for advice. Now, let's get down to business. My name is Osmond. If you're in need of a bow or some arrows, I'm here to explain everything and offer you some advice. No. Good advice is always handy, especially when it comes from someone experienced. And believe me, when it comes to archery, I'm not just an expert. I'm beyond that. In fact, I'd be surprised if you found anyone on Avalon who knows more about it than I do. Well, find me someone else who's been doing this for over 40 years. Every aspect of it. Back in '84, I was chosen to represent Connacht in the team archery tournament, and I wasn't even a lick over 18 back then. During one round, we were shooting at targets 100 meters away. The target was the size of a small apple, and the wind was blowing from the left. So, I took aim, and wham! Right in the middle. Even the captain of the Camelot team jumped up and asked, "Have you got any more like this one? Maybe the boy would rather shoot for us." If you were older, you surely would have heard of me. I could have been the
Якась
first
отсилка
Avalon
на
soldiers, they
Олімпійські
almost
ігри,
know me.
блядь, чи що?
But as it happened, I joined the watch, got married, and, well, that was that. Hey, if only I'd had the common sense back then that I have now.
Мгм. Прикольний. Тобто ти по одній стрілі такі продаєш. Ну, в цього хоча б можна буде отакі фласочки закупати, скільки вони всі. Давай. Я ними, по ідеї, маю кидатись. По ідеї, блядь. Давай сразу візьмем.
Leave it
Книжки
already.
всегда пригодяться.
Hello.
Рецепти це хорошо.
About Connacht. There's not much to say. They told us the men here's gone out, and now they want to move us along with it, but the way they're handling it, they've been here for weeks. If I were in charge of the Camelot troops, we'd have been done in 3 days. He's a good man, but that woman of his, oh, mother preserve me. She once set herself on fire along with half the mansion. Yvain nearly lost his life trying to save her. Honestly, I'd have just let her burn. She wants to go up in smoke, be my guest. It's a shame about the mansion, though. I was born here, and I've been shooting a bow ever since I was a wee lad. Even as a nipper, I had better aim than boys 5 years older than me. Around 81 or 82, I remember being allowed to practice with the...
Короче,
So that
хватить.
Gossip is for women and innkeepers. You should see Morag for that. She's both. She's a good one. About 3 years ago, I helped her fix her roof because her husband had died.
Блядь, ти заїбав.
As it happens, there's something you can do for me. I've written a letter to Lord Yvain, a few suggestions on how, in my view, he ought to handle this whole business with Camelot. Figured he could use a bit of advice from someone with strategic sense, a head for negotiation, and a touch of military experience. Would you take it to him? You've got younger legs, and I'd rather not leave my stall unattended. I'll give you a few coins for your trouble.
Чого не можна сказати, іди нахуй.
Brilliant.
Я би
Here you
його
go.
послав.
Just don't lose it. I've only got the one copy, and I've no mind to write.
Ой, блядь. Цей чел тільки
Always a
хвалиться.
pleasure to see you. You're
Здоров.
not here to talk about the men here, are you? Oh, please say no. I've had my fill of that topic. Oh, there are far more exciting things to chat about. Like treasure hunting, for instance. You got a look about you. I bet you've been to some dangerous places, haven't you? I'm Bonksy, by the way. I'm an adventurer myself. I have a few trinkets to sell from my last expedition. Want to take a look?
Давай. О. Це і нормальна тема. Я би оцей сразу взяв. Він завжди прикольний. Це супер прикольна тема. Параша. Це розходник. О, колечко. О, це прикольно. Але я не буду його брати. Ну, хоча б нормальна тема продає.
Good to see. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just passing through. From what I understand, Camelot wants to move it to their place along with the inhabitants, but they prefer to stay. They want to live in one place their whole lives. Can you imagine that?
Таке.
Oh, all different kinds. Like the ones where you crawl through damp caves or cold tombs, dodge traps, and hope whatever's growling in the dark isn't hungry. Really? Oh, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, maybe I am. But I manage just fine. And I wouldn't trade this life for anything else. If I had to stay in one place, I'd die of boredom. Oh, I just take old, forgotten trinkets. They're no use for the dead anyway. It's not robbery if nobody's around to miss them. Think of it as giving treasures a second...
Ну, правильна логіка.
Slowly but surely. In Connacht, fewer people than I expected are looking for artifacts, potion ingredients, or adventuring gear, so I'm counting on travelers. Like you. You must be interested in unique enchanted items, right? Oh, of course you are. I've got something, well, peculiar. But it comes with a fascinating story. It's a piece of armor I found on one of my expeditions. A beautiful knightly breastplate with just one tiny flaw. It screams in pain when it's struck. It's kind of funny, but I'm afraid not many people have the sense of humor to wear it. All right, deal. I just want to get rid of this gear and hit the road. Oh, one more thing. This armor came with a letter. I found both in the ancestral tomb of the Gévaudan family. Oh, I'm a little jealous, to be honest. This sounds like the beginning of an exciting adventure. I chased the trail myself, but first, I need to sell off my finds so I can travel light. With a full coin purse, of course.
Жорстко. А що за армор? Блядь, 6 практичності. Блядь, це звучить супер охеренно. Ладно.
You doing okay?
Я би його реально потаскав. На 20% зменшує урон. Але армора мало дає. І практичності треба. Стоїть 2К. Короче, тілку я взув по-страшному. Ти просто болванчик, да? Ні.
See you later.
Понятно. Тут даже не считається нічого кражею. Взагалі не знаю, на що воно мені це все досі, але... Хай буде з ним. Потім я займусь крафтом. І взагалі продажею теж потім займусь. Коли будуть на це лишні перки. Бо не хочеться втрачати кучу голди, правильно? А поки буду просто чисту голду збирати. Так не хочеться зараз з ними всіма базарити. Прям супер лінь, якщо чесно. Але це треба зробити, щоб понабирати всяких квестиків. І потім піти нормально бігати, все лутати, качатися. Зараз те, що не являється. А я, в принципі, все можу брати, навіть крадене, якщо я можу тій жриці все продавати. То це з кайфом. І нахіра я в цей домик ліз? Чисто обчистити його, чи що? Єбать. Нормально все там чухаєш? Ну, візуальний дизайн виглядає супер охуєнно. Мені дуже подобається, як це все є. Що сам, блядь, відбувається? Лось ригає, чи що? Блядь.
Have some spare food or coin? Yeah, on the 14th day of the month of Oak, a procession dressed in red, a drag up now.
Ладно, я понял. На 5 монет. Типась. Так, кабак. Не. Славка. Давай почекаємо, що тут є.
Oh, forgive the mess. I didn't really have much choice about where to set up my things. Normally I'd be in a tavern, but, well, it looks like the tavern is closed until further notice. That means Varel's bookshop is only place where I can read and work in peace. Oh, of course, my apologies. I'm Imran. My thoughts tend to drift far from the present. I'm a scholar of sorts, though not the kind that hides behind walls of parchment. My calling is to seek out traces of what was lost, ruins, relics, anything older than old. And yes, I'm a Pict. Not many of us wander these lands, I know. Staying in one place isn't exactly in my nature. So I travel, I learn, I dig through the bones of the world hoping to find something more ancient than mankind. If you're asking out of politeness, let's just leave it at this. I thank you for your interest, trust me. I could talk the hind leg off a donkey. No need to waste time on such things. Wow! That's thanks to Varel's generosity. I managed to get my hands on a certain book. Well, once a book. Now it's just a pile of loose pages. However, these are some truly fascinating loose pages. They're the writings of a Dalariata scribe from nearly 6 centuries ago. Incredible, right? But what's even more astonishing is the content. This man describes encounters with people who knew nothing of King Arthur or the homelands. Nothing at all. Do you understand what that suggests? Ah, I'll tell you. It's so exciting. I suspect Avalon may have already been inhabited by a race similar to us, long before our arrival. I've traveled across much of the island, and I've come across some mentions of the people of Farpoint, a place far in the northernmost reaches of Avalon. Few have ever ventured there. Perhaps the weirdness started to gather and ruin their crops, or made hunting more dangerous. Or maybe it was some sort of conflict that forced them to seek a new place on the island. Or perhaps they simply had a nomadic spirit. It's hard to say with the scraps of information I've managed to gather so far. And so, my friend, here we are, staring down the question, or rather the flood of questions that wouldn't leave me alone. Many Picts I've known have prolonged contact with the weirdness. I thought it was just them, a bunch of lunatics, who first dared to embrace that strange force. And what if it was the first men who knew how to live alongside the weirdness? And think about it. If we could uncover how they did it, the possibilities would be endless. It could change everything. For now, I'm trying to pull together more valuable information from these writings. But honestly, I feel like I'm hitting a wall. I won't uncover anything new just sitting here. And unfortunately, I'm stuck here for the time being. I got injured on my way to Connacht, and I'm not quite back to my full strength yet. Oh, don't worry about that, really. It's more of a, let's call it an occupational hazard rather than an actual ailment. I have to give myself some time and everything will settle back into place. I'll be as fit as a fiddle, or whatever it is you say here. Yes, something like that. The Grotto of First Men. That tribal scribe detailed where it should be located. And I'm assuming you're asking for a reason, aren't you? I'd love to go there myself, but this is a matter of some importance to me. I don't want to wait for this one. So, if you're one of those bold souls who take such ventures, I'd be more than willing to entrust this task to you. Truly excellent. I'm deeply obliged, my friend. Here are the notes. They should return swiftly and, more importantly, safely. I'll eagerly be awaiting your return. The place seems to attract trouble. Not a good place, then. I'd run out of breath listing all the things that plague this place. And I haven't even been here that long. Of all the misfortunes these poor people are facing, I'd wager the men here is the gravest of them. The Red Death, troubling as it is, seems manageable, at least with the intervention of the priests. But the weirdness, shoot. If the men here goes out, these people will face a far greater peril than any sickness or human form of conflict. I heard she was a Dallariata who runs a bookshop in Connacht. I was a bit apprehensive about meeting her. I thought I'd find someone overly rattled and stripped of her own cultural heritage. But Varel, she's different. And I admire her work that she even bothers to do it. Sometimes it feels like people have lost all interest in discovery, whether it's the kind found in verses or the kind waiting out there in the wide world. Farewell. Remember to take a good...
New quest.
Welcome to Vrel's bookshop. No reading without buying. And if you're here for porn, kindly leave before you start. Aye. Look, I don't begrudge anybody their reading habits. Each to their own. But some things should be kept private. Aye. Not only can I read, I can even make recommendations. Imagine that. So, if you have a joke to tell, don't bother. I'm pretty sure I've heard them all. And then the shopkeeper says, it must be raining. Told you, maybe one day, I'll even compile them into... This shop belonged to my late husband. We met on the road. I was a mercenary hired to protect the caravan. He was a fine older gentleman, fascinated with a Del Rita lass who shared his love for books. It was a lethal combination for my poor heart. We didn't get near enough years together, but we were happy. We didn't have much family left, and they couldn't care less about this place, so he left it all to me. Well, I can't just take the shop and hitch it to a cart, can I? Although I suppose that might be more or less what I need to do. I didn't hate living here, you know. It was fine when my husband was still alive. I even thought people were starting to warm up to me. And then he died, and the respect died with him. And then Camelot arrived. Everything just went downhill for there.
Понятно. Не впевнений, що я це знаю, але візьму супердешеві книжки. Окей. Да, походу знаю. Да. Ну ладно. Погнали далі.
Oh, hello
О,
there.
ще хтось появився.
Elixirs, powders, ointments, got something for wounds, poisons, and all of it made by my own hands. With science. No tricks, no vile spells. Yes, all magic is a scam. An illusion that pretends to give you something but always takes more in return. My elixirs work because they're based on knowledge and experience, not some fickle power from another world. Anyway, go ahead and read my anti-magic manifesto. I've laid it all out, why the magical plague must be wiped from Avalon.
Ладно. Прочитаю. Обязательно. Я непогано. Типа чисто антимагический доспех. Але диви, які, блядь, на нього стати духовності до хрена. Вона все, що робить, це тільки ману додає, реген мани. Тобто, по факту кал. Це хіба що знайти якусь пушку, яка працює від мани. Наприклад, у мене є коп'ю, якщо мани 50% немає, то ти більше наносиш урон, але теж таке. Це доспіх прикольний, але він дорогий. Я не буду його брати. Зараз поки що не до цього. І що? Все? Заради цього я сюди вломувався? Понятно. Пішли тут зверху почекаємо, що є. А, це щит. Тільки не їбаш по вухах.
But there's no part of my soul inside. We need to look somewhere else. But I can feel the missing part. Close. Maybe it's the men here. Maybe it needs something from us.
Окей. Інтересно, наскільки я быстро махаю цим мечом? Тяжкий. Нормально. Куди ми направляємося далі? Тут я ще не був, да? А тут не можна зайти.
Oh! You see all these people? Men hear this, men hear that. The weirdness is coming. The Red Death is raging. Camelot will eat your children. They scream and run around like headless chickens. But in the end, they all kick the bucket just the same. Am I wrong? Oh, you bet it is. Some folks go on about how life's a miracle, gifted by the gods and should be cherished. All the while, trembling in their boots, afraid it'll slip away. But me? I'd rather have one more month with a pipe full of heather bloom and a smile on my face than 20 years of worrying about the weirdness, the Red Death, or some other crap.
В цьому є смисл.
Interesting. I call it bloody stupid. I traded some noble brat for it. Give him a bow. He said he'd need it when Camelot tries to take the Menhir by force. Poor fool thinks that's what matters. You can't explain it to someone like that. If you think it's stupid, why did you take it, eh? Exactly because it's stupid. One look at it, and my face lights up. Life's bloody dumb. We pull serious faces and pretend it's not, while the gods fart on us from above and burst out laughing. So I figured I'd just join in. Before I took up smoking full time, I was Yvain's huntsman. Well, don't look at me. Hunted game every day. Now and then I organised proper ceremonies for the Lord and his court. Oh, you should have seen it. Special garments, dogs, falcons, nobles everywhere. And me in front, leading, teaching. Ha ha! Oh, those were the good days.
Понятно.
The Menhir's weakened. The forest's got less game. And there's more filth crawling out of the weirdness. So Yvain called off the hunts. Too dangerous. That bastard, with those words, he took away the greatest joy I had. So I thought, sod it. And now I sit here and indulge this.
Понятно.
Off you go then.
Знов куча води, блядь. Вроді прикольно, куча діалогів, але в основному це йобана вода, ні про що.
You doing okay?
І нахуй. Оце мене і напрягає. І тут NPC якісь трохи пластикові, типа зовсім не віриться в цей світ, що він живий. Тіні. Чим ми тут займаємося?
This is unexpected. You look beautiful, you know, and you have a beautiful soul. Maybe even more than just one. I can hear them fluttering. I see their soft shimmer. Will you show me, trust me? Even though filth is filth. I want to be generous. I want to be good. And you should... Souls, trinkets, all those that belonged to others, but are now yours, because you dared to reach for them. For you. A blessing of sophistication, or perhaps splendor. For those who have had something taken away, a blessing of absence. Even lack can be worth experiencing. Do you... Coins, items become coins. They gain a soul. A man who is a scavenger, whether he's filth or not, also possesses a soul. Strong, shimmering, fluttering. A soul. Nothing more than a mongrel. Filth. Yet I could just as well be a lord, reigning over the streets of Kuanacht. But no, that would be too much. The streets belong to everyone, along with their mud, sorrow, and cold. Filth. both a name and a title. One cannot forget about titles. There were people who made filth aware of my own filthiness. Good people. People who showed me the right way. Let it feel special. And beautiful. Oh, and one more thing. If you have anything that once belonged to someone else,
Круто. Круто, круто, що ти нам продасиш? Бля, дуже прикольні, кстати. Ласки. Надо бы взять. Це ми беремо по-любому. Це хуйня. Вроді прикольна тема, але не хочу я за неї 600 платити. Морь, ріб. Прикольно. У мене вже є такий. Я би щось получше взяв би. Окей. Це скупщик краденого. Давай тоді зразу і продамо йому це. Я собі поки оставлю. Це мені треба. Да. Окей.
first and foremost, and filth. Heavy souls don't rest so heavy on filth. Guards don't see filth. Their eyes glaze.
Понятно. От і скупщик краденого. А якщо я це прям тебе перед їбалом вскрию, що ти мені зробиш? Здохнеш? Ну такий ти і грязний. Ладно. Скупщик хай буде. Потім реально можна буде щось нормальне напіздити і продати їм. Ну я по любасу не мав це зараз брати на халяву. Тут щось, походу, в цій локації забагувало. Я більшість всього можу тупо спиздити. А його сундучок не можна скрити. Чи це так і має бути? Я хуй знаю. Не буду особо собі жопу цим морочити, правда? Нож контрабандиста. Типа, чим більше в мене щотчика ривків, тим більше в мене кріт урон. Прикольний ножик. Так, сумка. Не, я там той приколямбу собі купив. Вона доволі дорога була, між прочим. Очко атрибутов навсегда повишається на 1. Чекаємо. Персонаж. Атрибути. Це, скоріш всього, все це хпшки, мана, виносливість. Допустим, 173 хп в мене. Але 174. Ні, нічого не збільшилось. Не понимаю. Ще ни хрена не понимаю. Мені просто доп 1 цей дало, це супер круто. Поняв тепер. Не зря я їх скупав сразу. Це +1, що там мені треба було? Ловкості, да? Да. Тобто, виходить, ще один левел. Боже, як отлично, що я сюди забрів. Може ще в когось знайду таку приколямбу, то куплю сразу же. А ще тут побродим. Що ти? Ну на. Сильно не збіднію. Це що за місце? А. Верх цієї башти. Так, тут я вже лазив. Окей, тоді, куди ми далі підемо? Колодязь. Пустий, нічого інтересного. Пу-пу-пум. Підемо сюди до виходу. Ще пошаримося по всяких домиках. Мене саме більше прикалує, що всім абсолютно поїбать на оцю тварь, яка за мною бігає. Це прям якось дуже странно. Плюс крабик, о, шкура. Хорошо. Чесно, я реально не знаю. Я це все збираю. Колись то, напевно, пригодиться. Ну, ладно.
Have some There's nothing. Look around you. We're not here. And the real lord, the four-armed king, is just greedy, deceitful lords everywhere. There is no Sagramore and Vane. Nothing. Present, but absent. Always absent. Always uncertain. Kunark is as is Yvain's, and I've seen his cursed kingdom. I've seen it haunt. A kingdom now forgotten by an apparition that should never have existed. I saw it. He made them kneel. Told the true.
Скоріше всього розказує про якогось короля предтеч. Нікому на нього не похуй, правда? Навірно, це і є той тип, який мені піздов дає постійно. Неприємно, між прочим. Тут считається кражею. Вау. Десь. З тим злом покачав. Ну ладно. Ти хто? Стін PC. Здоров.
Oh, an adventurer.
А, вас
Great.
тут двоє, знов
Just the kind of
забагалось.
person I need. I want my family's heirloom back. Look at me. I'm a poor man. That trinket is all I have left. It's not even that valuable, to be honest. I just like to look at it and remember my family. How great they were. I'm the last one left. Please. I heard some of the guards gossiping about a camp nearby. I'd start there if I were a brave adventurer and all. Just be careful out there.
Що я взагалі маю, блядь, шукати? Найди мені якусь пізділушку. Послігата. Ну, понятно. Окей, це виходить нижній город, да? Опа, а це що, я можу зараз меч собі вже сразу вкачати? Йоп, ми погнали.
Have some spare food or coin? Anything else?
Куди я мав? Я мав сюди вкинути чи сюди вкинути ці? Ні, це хуйня. Мав вроді сюди скинуть, да? Ні, от сюди. Спочатку сюди 2, а тоді вес доспіха скину. Хіракс. Далі мечик. Можу його вже таскати? Да. Наносить він піздець до хіріща демеджа. Окей. Все, давай. Тебе продамо зараз. А я собі нову волину намутив. Кайф.
Nice to see you. If it's quality...
Да. Интересно, пиздец. Так, продать. А, стоп, не надо нічого поки продавати. У мене ж перків нема, точно. Треба все скидати в сумку. Потім посортирую. А ні, мені по ідеї надо цей доспіх в сумці. Чекай, поки буде. По квесту вроді як. Це теж сюди. Оце мені надо. Хочу меч просто зачарить. Ладно, раз уж підібрав, хай буде. Тоді взять реліквію для пушки. Отравлення. У мене таке є вже. Це я не знаю, чи буде взагалі працювати. Чесно, хуй знає. Я би оце собі в армор якийсь всунув би, але... Поки хизи. І це супер прикольна тема для щита, наприклад. Повна хуйня. Ладно, поки я не знаю, що всунуть, крім того одного камішка. Цей меч.
Help a soul out on your journey, will you?
Удачно я знайшов того типа, в якого купив +1 стат. Халявний казарми Камелота. Де сундучки, які я можу вскрити? Тільки 2. таке. І що ти хочеш? І що ти мені докажеш? Пішов нахуй. Піки банги. А, ти телепортувався просто. Поняв тебе, поняв. Типи в те позі залітають в хату. Йобаний жах. Давай тоді з цього і поговоримо.
Wilkin? Wilkin! Oh! I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Say, have you seen a pig running around? Well, yes, what of it? Lots of people give their animals names. Some have a cow named Bessie. I have a pig. Butcher them? Oh, sweet old mother. I haven't even thought about that. What if someone ate him? Please, please, you have to help me find Wilkin before something terrible. Well, the thing is, Wilkin's not really a pig. He's my lover. Well, he's a pig now, but he used to be a man. He was one of Camelot's soldiers.
Ну, так все ж правильно.
Is, I might have done something really stupid. Look, I just wanted him to be happy with me. I know he's not the type to settle down, but I just wanted him to understand that he doesn't need all these other girls when he has me. I went to see a witch that lives outside Connacht. See? Here. I'll show you on the map. They say that if you really, really want something, she'll appear and grant your wish. To be fair, I thought it was just an old wives' tale. I mean, nobody can live that long, not even a witch. But I decided to see for myself, and there she was. She gave me a potion. She told me to add it to my beloved's meal, and that would be it. He'd be right by my side, as happy as a pig in mud, just as I wanted. Yes, I can see now that it might not have been the best choice of words. But in my defense, I suspect that the witch is not really a witch. She's something evil that feeds on the misery.
Непонятно.
She wanted something precious to me, but I didn't have anything. So she said she'd take her payment later. Fat chance of that happening now. I won't give her a single coin. And if she ever shows up here, I'll tell her what I think of her and her deals. I've already sharpened my pitchfork to give her a warm welcome. That's the thing. She disappeared. I went back there, but there was no sign of her. It's like she was never even there. And then Wilkin disappeared too. Now all I... Really?
Короче, да.
Oh, thank you. May the All-Mother bless your heart. I promise I'll reward you handsomely. Maybe you should try finding the witch first. Maybe she just didn't appear to me out of spite. Oh, that's for sure. Thank you. Oh.
О, плюс новий квест, так і думав, що воно мені щось дасть. Ладно, я відійду на пару минут. Подивились на коровок? Що ти там, блядь, стукаєш? Ти нахуй стукаю. Мені треба знайти тут блексмітера. Хто там, блядь, що стукав? Оп. Здоров, Рік. Ну. Я не можу постукати, да? Шапку. Да, я, блядь, попав. Ёбаний домик. Щось же має бути, правда? Нет, конечно. Губу закатай. Має бути. Ладненько. Ну, пошли дальше шаритись по цьому селі. Це піздець, це хуже, ніж в першій локації город. Він реально ущербний. Прям турбоговніще.
You need something?
Нет. Куда же мне делать? Интересно, если я выпущу и кишки, на мене обидяться? Да, на мене обидяться. 7 тонн. Ну, давай. Ну от, допустим, я його вибив. Єшка не було. Ладно. Можу роз'їбати тут село, але толку з цього. Ще качатися, качатися, щоб цей білд нормально работав. Ще треба заточити цей меч по полу. Прям по максимуму, скільки зможу. Та ну, не ганіть, я ж сейвився перед тим, як свиню їбануть. Склад. Тюрячка. Ти хто, блядь?
Hello there. It's nice to see a new face, especially from this side. Really? You walk into the prison and ask the one man in Camelot soldier gear who he is? Well, stranger, I'm Flan, and I am a prisoner. Fortunately, I'm not terribly overworked, now that most people have either left for Camelot or died of Red Plague. Oh, was that insensitive? My apologies. Well, it depends. Take this, for example. We have a beggar here, all mother bless his soul, who figured out that committing only minor offenses would land him here rather than at the gallows. This way, instead of begging on the streets, he gets a roof over his head and a warm meal paid for by Camelot. How clever must you be to come up with that? Pretty clever, I'd say. I probably would have done the same if I were him. See you soon.
Що інтересного? Пиздец, ты сало топаешь, я в ахуе. Я ж так прокачую собі сніг, правильно? В ідеї, да. Правда, не знаю нахуй, ну ладно, хай буде. Тут хтось має сидіти в тюрячці, правильно? Нет. Нікого. Ми тоді просто повскриваємо їх. Ну, по фану. Поможемо. Ще одна пуста локація. Жалко. Могли б пихнути сюди когось, типу квест якийсь дати. Ну ладно, валим нахер. Мені треба Blacksmith. Де він нахуй? Так, я тут був. Невже в цьому селі немає такого? Що да, то це бред. Ну, доска, наприклад. Це голови бандосів беремо. Надо знайти тіпа, якому я можу здавати це все. О, щось похоже на Блексміта. Але де він сам? Походу в хаті сидить. Да. Він його бойфренд спить.
If nobody's working the anvil, then it means the forge is closed, and it... A woman happened. He was chasing after some girl he thought the world of. Almost ended up shuffling right off this mortal coil. One time he went to see her and didn't come back for 2 days. I looked for him all night. It was only in the morning that I found him. He was all the way on the outskirts of Kurnacht, alive, but barely. Afterwards, he seemed to be getting better. Everything went back to normal. For a while, I could see that he was starting to struggle with swinging the hammer, until one day he just passed out completely. Now he just lies there, barely breathing. I have no idea how to help him. Nianti, Maggot, none of them know what's wrong with him either. I told him that it's no use chasing after a girl, that she'll come to him. Stupid kid. What do I care? Whatever happened there could have been her fault, so excuse me for not running to rescue her. I only know that she wasn't from me. Beor's wound wasn't caused by a mere boar. Oh no. Hell knows what happened there. He didn't want to tell me what actually happened. But I know that youngsters in love used to visit this one cave with a spring. Maybe they went there and were attacked by weird beasts. I don't know. To be fair, I don't give a damn. I only cared that Beor...
Може ти мені щось продасиш? Понятно, поки квест не зроблю, йди нахуй. Ладно. Тоді щось трошки пушку собі підчаримо. Можемо підалити далі. Вірно, цей перший квест буде, яким я займусь. Улучшення, де там? Ага. Нітротитан. А в мене вона була, це піздьош, що її нема. Ага. Улучшив. Кучу голди забрало. Ладно. От нього урону до піздіщі просто. Він плюс 6. Це, по-моєму, максимум. Ще кайф. Угу. До 260. Ну, остальне я поки не хочу улучшати. Нема що тут улучшати. Треба на армору ставити. Це по-друге, що
If
буде?
you're here to chat, you've wasted a trip. Speak up or ship out. Well, are you standing there for a reason? I'm Shine, quartermaster of Camelot's Legion here in Kunakt. My job is making sure this legion doesn't fall apart from lack or neglect. A thankless job, let me assure you. My story? Huh, it's locked up tighter than our armory and just about as useful to you. Focus on what you need to do, not on digging up dirt. Legate Denholm runs the show here, and I make sure his boots are on solid ground. He's got a head for strategy and a heart for politics. He dreams of dragging Connacht out of the muck and into Camelot's arms. I just keep the wheels greased, so his grand plans don't grind to a halt. Jobs. Check the notice board outside. There's always something that needs doing, and I don't have time to spend. Can you read? Can you lift more than a feather? Then there's work for you. I don't know where all that eagerness comes from, but I'm starting to think if I had 10 of you, my job would be a whole lot easier. And as it happens, I might have something for you, though it's a little different from what you've been doing so far. It seems that over the past few weeks, some of our supplies have been going missing. Just small amounts, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice at first. But when I checked the books at the end of the month, the numbers told the truth. Someone's been stealing the Legion supplies, and I won't stand for it. At first, it was mostly just food, so I figured it must be rats and set up some traps. But not only did the traps turn up empty, the next time I checked, a hammer, a saw, and a couple of knives were missing too. I don't know about you, but I've never heard of a rat that can chew through iron. I thought I did. One of the lads, Percy, volunteered to guard the supplies. Seemed like a decent enough guy, but, well, I guess I was wrong. The next day, Percy was gone, and with him, even more of the supplies. His mates swear he'd never do that. They say that the army was his entire life, but I find it hard to believe. The problem is, the thefts haven't stopped, so I'm guessing he had some accomplices. In the storefront nearby. Maybe you'll find something, because I am all out of ideas. Pleasant is for feasts and fair days, neither of which you'll find here. I'm here to keep us supplied and alive, not to make friends. If you need coddling, you've come to the wrong place.
І треба запомнити, що їй там надо. Запомнив. Сфоткав, блядь, на телефон. Пою. Ладно, погнали. Так, куди далі? Тут красивенько. Ти ж не проти, правда?
I can't ignore that.
Конечно. Можна ігнорити. Ніхто не мішає.
Someone's going to stop you.
Конечно, конечно. О.
I can't ignore that.
Да. Оце все має бути, типу, краденим. Воно не позначається так що. Що мені мішає його напіздити по-страшному? Правильно? Нічого.
Just passing through?
Давай. Случайно щось лишнє спистив. Ну ладно. Тобі же зараз і продам. Можна це все винести, нахуй, ну мені впадло. Типа взяти все це зачистити підчисту і продати їй же.
Thanks for the interest, but I'm not taking commissions. That's really how you want to spend your time. There's no telling how much of it you've got left. Well, it's your life. Go on, have a look at my masterpieces. My name's Delia. I spent years working in art. Mostly decorating walls and ceilings, though I carved a few statues for Lord Yvain as well. It's only recently I realized what a waste of time it all was. I used to spend entire days in the studio, carving, painting, cutting off from the world. This whole business with Camelot opened my eyes. The men here was just there. I never thought it could go out forever. People have lived on Avalon for 600 years. How long have we got left before the weirdness swallows us whole? 5, maybe? How does art stop that? I want to do something. Help somehow. But what am I meant to say? Oh, your house is on fire. Don't panic. Come see me, I'll paint you a nice landscape. I was an artist for, 15, 16 years? Believe me, most people just want a nice mosaic on the wall so their neighbors get jealous. At best, art lets you forget the world for a moment. But it's just that. A moment. If relocation actually happens, I don't know if I'll go. The capital will need workers and sharp minds to try and delay the end of the world. Can't say I'd be much use. Maybe I shouldn't. But lately, it doesn't feel like the world's ending. It feels like it already has. People just haven't accepted it yet. You bought a house in Kunart, even though everyone else is leaving. Well, I won't lecture you on investments. I wasted my own as for helping you decorate, I have to decline. Sorry, I don't see the point. You mean go out with my head held high, face the end, and laugh? There's something seductively romantic in that vision. Like shouting into the oncoming void. I'm still here. I still think All right.
От, це закази тільки. Бать, воно все стоїть. Ти це наїбав. Ладно, погнали далі. Кузню я знайшов, але от розпасти, якщо там буде продаватися якийсь толковий метал чи нові ці книжечки на крафти. Це буде круто. Якщо ні, ну, що поробиш? Окей. Це виход на низ до кузнеця. Тут був проход один.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Сюди і мітнемось. А. Мені не сюди. Поки що рано. О, можна якось потихеньку спригнути, пойдет. Я поки не готовий видвигатись далі, мені треба все тут обшарить. Ти хто? Поняв. Просто красний фанатик. Що я взагалі тут роблю, блядь? Нахуй тут шарюсь. Окей. Де його знайти? Ладно, пішли. Ось маркер має показати. Я, походу, з ним ще не говорив. Де він? Що ти, урна?
O All-Mother, keeper of day and night, shelter us in your embrace. Oh, I hope I'm not bothering you. My family, my daughter, her husband, and my grandson, we all used to live in this house together. Now, I don't even know whether they're still inside. I was visiting my sister in the borough for what might have been the last time. She's 2 years younger than I am, but she's always been sickly. When I got back, the plague was already raging. The Red Priests either took the others or drove them away. Nobody can tell me if they took my family to the island asylum, or if they're all lying dead inside, with flies crawling all over them. So I sit here and pray. If I could, I would have done it a long time ago. I guess I shouldn't be sitting here either, but nobody's chased me off yet. Thank you, but...
Ну, схоже на труп, правильно. Понятно. Що це похоже на трупи якісь?
Yes, of course. They heal people. And now you're healthy. I prayed to the All-Mother, although maybe I should start praying to the Prophet too. That's nonsense. Admit it. You've taken some of Maggot's mushrooms. Haven't scaring an old woman like that. If you don't have anything useful to say, then leave me alone. Go. Go.
Погнали далі. Угу. А тут якісь приколямби. Понятно. Світок десь заникала. Угу. А давай. Погнали. Здоров. Хороший меч. Без титанчик. От і невезучий. Да я вообще нахуй куда мене кинуло. Ох, їбать. Доволі далеко. Трохи не те, що я хотів, ну ладно. Давай тоді підемо по цьому квесту, чи... Ні. По цьому підемо. Ще там наберемо квестів. По весу. Ну такі. Половину я міг би скинути. Ну ладно.
Don't let your guard down.
Зачілься. Рицарський хлам можна не брати, він хуйню стоїть. Скільки взагалі стоїть наприклад, це гамніще, яке я тільки що підібрав. Це хорошо стоїть, бере. Мені б туди добратися. Блять. Ще ніч почалась, ну що за непруха. Здорово, красножопики. Ладно. Я ще не все в тому городі обшарив. Потім ще встигну, правильно. Блять.
I'll get you back tenfold.
Хуєвший чи що?
We'll make short work of you.
Що це бидло? Ну, меч тут прям приятно себе показує. Дворучний. Да й одноручний теж. Сничка. Прикольно, прикольно. Юритик, сюди. Нефрит. Скоріше всього, він надо буде мені для прокачки якогось особливого армора. Ще чогось такого. Приємно, наконець, вилізти звідси. З того города, верніше, попіздитись.
We may be in for a fight.
Блять, який ужас.
Your armor won't.
Блять, типи. Йобнутий ствол. Чи ці просто слабаки? А скільки в мене, от, допустим, зараз демеджу? Ух, дохуїще. Типа, чим менше в мене хп, тим більше він урона буде наносити. Це при тому, що в мене 0 перків в ручку. Поняття немає, що я тільки що знайшов. Ну, щось знайшов. Тим почитаю. Скоріше всього, я скіпнув кучу стадій квеста. Та я вообще, блять, попав. Всього-то юзнув якийсь странний світок. Ладно. І це що в нас? Бля, прикольно. Давай ним помахаємо. Ну, чисто по фанчику. Я тут подумав, а если цей топорик на якогось жорсткого боса взяти? Попіздитись, не піздитись. А потім достати топорик цей і шотнуть його нахуй. Але 10% хп це таке. Раді чого я вскривав це? Таке. Типа я anyway сюди попав би, навіть якщо я не знайшов би той скритий проход. Тут ще один був. Ну, ладно, трохи скучновато, але похуй. Ай, блядь, якщо зараз той тип знов на мене рамсане, він мені пізди дасть без всяких проблем. Можна нирнуть і подивитись, що це за цей. Приколямбус. Можна просто фаст-тревельнутись домой. Що я з кайфом, кстати, і зробив би, якщо чесно. Бо я був трохи не готовий. Такий прыжок робить. Убойс. Ну таке. Не дуже. Верни мені мій меч. Приятний, від топорика дворучного, кстати, дуже приятний імпакт при ударі. Від меча такого немає, від булави тим більше. Це знову якийсь спел новий, да? Да. Прикольна тема. Там є, по-моєму, ще абілки і армор, які вибивають стаміну. Це жорстко. Можна зробити прям прикольний білдець на цьому спелі. Але проти декого він не буде працювати. Бо, наприклад, в андедів нема стаміни зовсім. Як мені сюди попасти? Буду ніяк. Ладно, коротше, чекаємо, що там за цей. За святилище і валим домой через фаст тревел. Я поки не хочу тут бродить. Святилище друидів. О, плюс 5 восстановления живу. Давай шкуру, на. Ну, давай нахуй. Ні, no chance. Як мінімум, поки я не вкачаюсь нормально. Хоча йому вже урон наношу, це круто. Тобто, скільки мені ще 5 левелів і я зможу ту супер броню таскати. Не сказав би, що вона там прям супер броня, але вона хороша. І плюс ще 5 перків кину всякі ці приколи. Блять, я геть тут. Ай, в пізду. Пробуємо сразу нирнути до цього друїдського дерьма. Лутаємо його, плюс 5 стаміна регена по факту. Та й плюс 5 регена. Мана регена теж хорошо, на халяву. І ще там якусь шмотку дали. Ну і експа. Угу. Тут вже дають таку. Да, жорстко. Ладно. Я поки з городом ще не розібрався, так що. Валим звідси. Угу. The Fallen Swords. Так, де тут переход бистренький. Не хочу я вночі прям зараз лазити. Прям дуже не хочу. Ставимо костер, робимо привал. Ще сходимо туди, до кінця подивимося. Чи в якій часті города я ще не був? Вроді тут. Угу. Так, тут вон лібериги, тоді давай так. Розбиті піщані часи. Потім до цього мітнусь, потім сюди спущуся. Тут пошарюся. Меч уже до хіра уроном носить, мене це прям радує. Тобто це взагалі в другу сторону попіздив, да? Ще в лічебницю треба вернути оту дуру. Не, фріки бани.
Is that you, Roy? I won't. One more lie. Anyone could write. That's it. I've had a good.
Always a pleasure to see you. Damn it. I know you tried. I can't run this hospital all on my own. It's an important... And where will the people... Even if I wait for Camelot to take them in here. If that ever happens, I don't share the legate's conviction that everyone would just leave Connacht. Whoever stays behind, they can't be left without help. Someone with money, preferably. I won't lie. I've thought about it already. More than once. Someone who can supply us with ingredients. Maybe an alchemist to make the medicines. At one point,
I even considered asking the Red Priests for help. But Neonte would have my head. Then I thought about Orwin and the Merchants' Union. But I can't abandon the patients, just to have a long discussion about the business prospects of a failing hospital. You do that? For me? Why? I just...
Ні, коротше, мені похуй, все, давай. Я загружусь, мені інтересно. Це вроді. Маразматики. Пали. Цей топорик нахуй поменять.
Oh, is that... What took you so long? I remember, but I see you're all grown up now. Oh, you remembered to always have it. Do you remember why you got this plushie? I'm not sure if that's how it was. Anyway, tell me, do you still remember when the dark night comes? All right. And what about the next verse? But if a wicked foe dares cross... Do you really think I'm just some mad old man? I've seen... That's good.
Ти їбав. Я ж за цю хуйню так нічого й не получу. Може хоч XP дадуть. Де там ти, блядський?
Oh. I'm not sure if that's... Anyway, tell me when the... But do you really think...
А що, блядь, не так? Ти, сука, плісень їбана. Угу.
What do you...
Сука, напряжно. Мені інтересно подивитися на їбальніх тих придурків, які такі квести пишуть. Це ж, блядь, так весело сидіти у ці їбані записки прочитати. І запоминати, головне, що в них написано, бо потім буде екзамен по цьому. А іначе ти провалиш квест. Ну, в принципі, похую на той квест, але мій внутрішній перфекціоніст трохи мене напрягає.
Aye. Don't forget about him. No matter what happens, when the dark... All but if... Do you really...
Та ти що, сука? Читаємо нахуй ще раз. Що тут у нас? Реально нахуй проклятий квест.
Oh.
Ну.
Do you really...
I'm not...
Тьотечко горить нахуй. Пізду, я більше не буду перезагружатися в таких тупориліших квестах. Заєбало.
I will... One more lie. That's it. Goodbye.
Стохне просто.
Huh. What doesn't she have against them? First, she abhors the doctrine of K on a purely theological level. Her words, not mine. And then it's all about politics. She says the influence of the Red Church is undermining the position of the All-Mother on Avalon. I don't know. Maybe people just turn to whoever is willing to help. If the priestesses aren't enough, someone has to step in. I know. That's why I'm hesitant. But some of them are also quite innovative. No one can deny that their research into the Red Death has led to real progress in medicine. I suppose if I were ever to run a hospital with one, I'd have to make sure they don't get too ambitious. You'd do that? For me? Why? I just told you the hospital has no money. I can't pay you for your efforts. I suppose you come across a lot of rare ingredients on your travels. I'm sure we could use your help. Thank you. Even if it doesn't work out. Your offer means the world to me. I've been alone with this for so long. It's good to finally have some hope.
О, в неї фласка обновилась. Це класне зілля. І це може пригодитись. Виблядок. А що в нас тут? Я тут знизу не був ще. Скоріше всього, якийсь сраний... Ні, я тут вроді був. Ні. В склепі я ще не шлявся. Тут, походу, все крадене буде. Блін, що по луту. Замок сломан. Хто ж, блядь, сумнівався? Там якийсь класний меч лежить, треба почекати. Дуже навряд чи він буде краще мого, але anyway. Хай буде. От і проход, як туди попасти, правда? Угу. Тут буде член на рило. Лаки. Ти, блядь, хто? А.
You're here. Let me look at you. You seem to have recovered after whatever happened at the Menhir. The All-Mother herself must be watching over you. I would gladly explain why you're wrong, but I have neither the time nor the patience to engage in religious disputes. If I were a priestess at the Titan Steps, then perhaps. But here, take a look around. Cunard doesn't need preaching, it needs herding. The entire place is a complete disarray, and the people here are not easily swayed by words. If they were, we wouldn't be in this pickle. I've been trying to work with Lord Yvain to control the situation, but it seems like everything is conspiring against us. First came the Red Priest, braying about the Red Death and accusing people of hiding the diseased. They sow panic and mistrust as if we didn't already have both in abundance. And then you showed up and made a spectacle of yourself at the Menhir. We were hoping to make the relocation as peaceful as possible, but it seems we're fighting a losing battle. Whatever the All-Mother wanted you to see is between you and her. I can only accept and work with the outcome. Besides, I'm more concerned with the impact your little spectacle had on the sentiments in the village. You've given people hope. Only time will tell if that was misguided or what the consequences will be if it proves true. There is more than one way to spread the All-Mother's grace. Why shouldn't a priestess take part in leading the people she serves? Lord Yvain is in a precarious situation. He needs all the support he can get, and supporting him in this endeavor only benefits the residents of Cunard. Besides, my apprentice Ailey is very talented and can handle all the matters that require a more hands-on approach perfectly well. The hospital, yes, I've seen the state it's in, and I've seen Ailey's devotion to her work. She's right, it needs more than just repairs. It needs purpose. The All-Mother's temple was meant to be a place of comfort and healing, but it became distant and unapproachable. What good is faith if it doesn't reach the people who need it most? I would like to help, truly, but I cannot. There is something I must resolve first. Something that has haunted me for far too long. The hospital will manage without me for a little while longer. Ailey is more capable than she realizes. Here lies Lady Maeve, wife of Lord Yvain Tarion, my dearest friend. The one I couldn't help. I'm wondering the same. I thought I'd find solace, or perhaps even grief, but all I feel is numbness. May the All-Mother...
Толкова шриця. Сюди я нічого пошортувати не можу. Ладно, валим звідси. А це що за пролом? Це що я туплю? Оп. І лутик. Так, Нітро, відійти на минутку. Я тут. Погнали по базарам з цим клоуном. Чи тут пошаримося? Якось рецептів нових маловато. Не того, що я думав, що там будуть якісь павка получше. Типа там реген стаміни якийсь додатковий давати буде. Чи ще якась хрень. Факту ніхуя інтересного. Для всякого говна налутав, толку з нього зіро. Може не стоїть тоді це все лутати? Похуй на нього. Хрен його знає. Як же тут все хуйово, блядь. Чому все таке ушатане? Я там ще трохи титана підмутив, так що можна буде ще попробувати зараз свій меч підточити на плюс 7. Буде ніхуя собі. Якщо це спрацює. А, це я сюди зайшов, типа, да? Ні, це виход кудись далі. Якесь інтересне місце. Яке ж тут закрито. Звісно, блять, тут було закрито. Губу закатай, обходь 100, блять, кілометрів. Ну ладно. В принципі, в тій локації минулій в мене так само все було. Я добрався до города і там часу тусувався. Просто попіздеть. Все, заткнись. Заткнись.
Do you need something?
Да.
Does it now? Very well. Tell Osmond that I thank him for his concern, and that I would... I know. I already asked Anselm to tell her to wait. But Morag's a stubborn one. Honestly, what does she expect me to do? I'm not about to argue the legate over one inn. Not when there are far more pressing matters at hand. I don't doubt that. But Cornart is in a I wouldn't be surprised if Denholm shuts the inn down out of fear of rebellion. And I'm hardly in a position to challenge his decision. We all have to endure these inconveniences a little longer. Well, surely she's been given some sort of compensation, hasn't she? Oh, that is unfortunate. I can see why she's upset. Very well. Tell her she'll be paid part of the damages from my coffers, and I'll speak with Denholm about her situation. When I have the time. I can't offer more than that. As long as this stalemate with Camelot holds, reopening the inn, that's my final decision. Now.
Alone.
The less attention, the better.
Ладно. Ще скажемо, типа, друзі, що її кинули через хуй. Або підемо зараз лігатом рамсити, типа, що за хуйня. Ще надо було б на нього трохи побичити, а то він охуєвший.
I've worked there since I was strong enough to lift a tankard full of ale. It's been in my family for 4 generations. I'd hoped to leave it to one of my sons, but Camelot took them too. And all I can do now is pray. Too bad you'll never taste my ale, best in the land, and I don't say that lightly. it wouldn't be the same. The secret to good ale isn't just the recipe, it's the ingredients. It needs Connacht water, Connacht soil. Without that, it's just the same slop they sell everywhere else. And? But the inn stays closed? Figures. So now, instead of standing around here, I'll be stuck at home, hoping those thugs from Camelot will graciously pay what they owe me. I'd say it's better than nothing, but honestly, it's barely that. Eh? Should have known better than to count on that good-for-nothing lordling. Thank you, stranger. I'm glad at least someone here still cares about...
Ок, 1100 XP, слухай, хорошо. Те, що я просто пішов попиздів. У мене появився план, як дати пізди тому типу, який мене зайобує по ночах. Але, скоріш всього, це не вийде, тому що мені ще треба 5 левелів, щоб взяти той армор. Тоді я зможу йому нормально так напіздошити. А поки що прийдеться терпіть.
Hello. Oh, how did it go? Ha! You see? I always say when someone speaks sense, even a lord perks up. Good work. Here's the paper.
Nice to see you.
500 голди за ніхуя пойдет. Так, куди ми, значить, далі відправляємося? Сюди. На низ я ще тут не був. Чи був, але похуй. Надо взяти інгредієнти сразу для тої подруги. Окей, що там нам надо? Медвежий коготь 5 штук, лучша шкура. Взять. Пять. Овча шкура. 5. Панцирь якогось типа. Блять, мене одного не хватає. Шкода. Не закрию все. Шкура жабоглота. Є в мене такі приколямби? Походу нема. Да, одної не хватає. Ладно, хоча б половинку квестів закриємо. Потім здамо остальне. Надо одну шкуру і одну чешуйку того ублюдка. Чекастого. А як ми сюди спустимося? Спригнемо просто як дебіли. Да. І подивимось сразу, чи можу я з титановою рудою улучшити меч. Меч? Да, можу. Найс. Ще трошки улучшу. Скільки в мене? Ой, блядь, галди дохуїщу на улучшення йде. Жорстко. Надо йти знов барижити. Ой, я почти знов левелапнувся. Експа тут бистро капає, кстати. На 270% урон можу собі підвищити. Що буду на лоу хп.
Aye, these are... You've got a knack for this. Or just plain luck. Good, now maybe I can actually secure those... So the job's done? And here I was, ready to send out a... You are full of surprises. Which is more than I can say for most of the folks.
Ну, ці в мене буквально одного панциря і одної шкурки не хватає. Шкода. $1800 XP. Да, за квести тут дохуя дають. Я вже навіть жалію, що завалив ту суку стару, а не здав їй квест. Ну, що поробиш? Ніхай було вийобуватись. Ладно, тут нічого. І тоді ще з цим обмутком побазарим. Ні. А тут що в нас? Свидетелі апокаліпсиса. Сюди, да? Погнали. Ні. Ні. Спочатку тут поговоримо. Чи в нього квестів наберемо? Скоріше всього, він дасть мені квести на голови ублюдків. Що круто. Ти вообще хто?
Well, look who it is. The one who reignited the men here. I must say I'm impressed. Tell me, how did you manage to do that? You've got a vivid imagination, I'll give you that. But, soul of a king or not, you clearly have a knack for getting things done. Tell me, would you like to help further? The people of Kunakt are in need, and someone like you could make all the difference. The fields of Kunakt are dying, their lifeblood drained by the creeping weirdness. If the crops fail, the people starve, and starving people are restless people. That cannot happen. Properly placed, they can shield the farmlands long enough for a harvest to be salvaged. It's not the perfect solution, but it's a start. And if the people see that the priests care for their well-being, they'll be more inclined to trust us. I need someone capable to handle this. Someone like you. You've seen them around, no doubt. They're simple enough in appearance, but the knowledge to craft them isn't as common as you'd think. Unfortunately, I don't have the recipe myself. If I did, this wouldn't be an issue. You'll need to find someone who knows the craft, someone familiar with the weirdness or the old ways. But be cautious. Those who keep such knowledge don't part with it easily. Secrets, after all, are a kind of power. But I'm sure you'll manage. You've done the impossible before. A druid would be ideal, of course. They hold the deepest ties to the old ways, and to the secrets of the weirdness. Here they have Maggot, but I wouldn't count on him if I were you. But there may be others who might help. Furket, the local inventor, has a knack for turning scraps of knowledge into working tools. If not him, perhaps someone who deals in druidic artifacts. Collectors sometimes know more than they let on. Legate Denholm won't be pleased. He prefers the weirdness close. It makes travel to Camelot faster. But this isn't about his ambitions. It's about the people of Kunakt and what they need to survive. Help me do this, and you'll have not only my gratitude, but the gratitude of every farmer whose field. So, my Menhir Whisperer, what say you? Will you lend a hand and help the people of Kunakt? Good. I knew you'd see the importance of this. Together, we'll keep the fields alive and the people fed. For now. Once you have the lanterns, they need to be placed around the farmland. Start with the fields of Reese and Ida. They work as a couple and have some of the largest crops in Kunakt. Then head to the lands of Rob and Gil. They're brothers, and while they're stubborn, their fields are crucial to the town's food supply. Without their harvest, we'd be in serious trouble. Position the lanterns carefully. Their glow will push back the weirdness, at least for a time. It won't be a permanent solution, but it's what we need to survive the season.
Ладно.
Oh, hello there. Ah, you must be the one I've heard so much about. A curious figure. Navigating the shadows of Connacht. Solving problems where others stumble. Allow me to introduce myself. Brother Vitus, humble servant of the Red Church, or so the official title goes. I prefer to think of myself as an architect of change. The kind that reshapes institutions and realigns priorities. The church as it stands is stagnant, weighed down by those who use it as a platform for ambition rather than service. Fabius, for instance, is a fine example of what I aim to correct. I seek reform. Nothing so dramatic as rebellion, of course. A more elegant approach is required. One must lay the groundwork, build alliances, and ensure that when the time comes, the transition is seamless. On parchment, yes. In practice, let's just say the hierarchy of the Red Church is more fluid than it appears. Fabius holds the title, but titles are transient. Influence, vision, and the ability to shape the church's future, those are what truly matter. And in those areas, he's sorely lacking. Let him bask in his authority while it lasts. The tides are shifting, and soon enough, even he will see that he's relying on borrowed time. I'd like to ask you to speak with Anselm, Yvain's major domo. He's a man of considerable influence. He holds the respect of the people and the keys to the court. Should Yvain's position become vacant, Anselm will step into power. A useful ally, wouldn't you agree? But Anselm is cautious, perhaps even suspicious of anyone bearing the church's seal. This is where you come in. I have instructions for him, guidelines to keep the court safe from the plague. Simple, practical advice, but to gain his trust, you'll need to offer more than words. A caravan from the island asylum is on its way to Connacht, carrying valuable supplies, plague potions, masks, gloves, and other tools for survival. Deliver these to Anselm, along with my message, and he'll see the value of our collaboration. Ah, pragmatic soul, I like that. Let's say a generous reward and the gratitude of someone who is quietly shaping the future of Connacht. Not a bad return for a small favor, wouldn't you agree? Excellent. I knew you'd see potential in this opportunity. Together, we'll ensure Anselm sees the value of our efforts. The caravan is on its way. Find it, secure the supplies, and deliver them along with my greetings. Take whatever else you find. Coins, trinkets, that sort of thing. But the sealed crates? They must go to Anselm untouched. Consider it a sign of good faith. Do this, and you'll have my gratitude. And perhaps more.
Не нравляться вони мені, вони якісь йобнуті фріки, але вони стараються цю чуму їбану вилічити хоч якось. Звісно, при цьому працюють з Мар'ю, але похуй.
Oh, it's you. You look, well, all things considered. I always knew you had to have survived. There simply wasn't any other possibility. Ah, no. Sadly not. I apologize for my forwardness. It's just, I've read so much about you. I feel as though we've known each other for ages. I've spent hours poring over the drawings of your vascular system. Enough that I'm fairly certain I could recreate them from memory. I'm so glad you're here now. If there's anything you need, please let me know. I'd be happy to help. Oh, no. That honor fell to others. I was merely a silent admirer. Though I have to say, I do think they were rather heavy-handed with you. I've heard no one had much faith in you, but that doesn't excuse carelessness, don't you think? Why, indeed. I have my suspicions, but nothing I can say for certain. Not yet, at least. You left so suddenly. Your case was in chaos. Incomplete notes, no one willing to talk. It was all very frustrating. That said, I do know a few things about what happened to you, and, more importantly, about the people who allowed it to happen. I'd need to dig through my notes, though. In the meantime, there's something I'd like you to help me with. Not at all. You're a mercenary now, aren't you? Or did I get that wrong? I simply wish to hire you for your exceptional talents. Straight to the point, I see. Oh, I do like you. You've got a sharp mind, and I'm really glad they didn't break it by accident. I need items touched by the weirdness. It's a personal fascination of mine. The way the weirdness reshapes even the most ordinary things is incredible. It can take something entirely mundane, like, well, you, for example, and turn it into something extraordinary and unrecognizable. Bring me a few of these items, and by then I should be ready to share what I know about the experiments. Now, is there anything else? From what I understand, your natural affinity for the weirdness was enhanced. You see, centuries of living on this island have led to more and more people developing a certain tolerance for it. Sometimes that tolerance can evolve into agreeability. It does, however, take time, so you were given a push. As for the exact methods, well, I'll spare you the gory details. Besides, at this point, you know the results better than I do. Speaking of which, would you mind sharing the details of your current state? Really? That was it? What a colossal waste. The man ran from the Red Death in the homelands. How is he supposed to help us now? All that time, all those sacrifices, were they for nothing? What use is a dead king against the plague that followed him across the sea? This may be a battle, but it cannot be won by simply hitting things with a sword. I'm sorry, I just got incensed, you know, as you should, because it means all your suffering was for nothing. Abhorrent. I was made to believe that by studying the weirdness and its application, we might be able to find a cure for the Red Death. We have suffered failure after failure, and now you're telling me it was by design. That curing the plague was never the goal. I am not sure where to go from here. You have indeed given me a lot to think about. Those who arranged your escape from the island asylum were also the ones responsible for your capture. Everything that was done to you was at their behest. I don't know much more. They've always been incredibly secretive. Honestly, I was more focused on the results than on who was behind it all. But then they took you away, before anyone could achieve anything meaningful. I don't think so. From everything I've seen, you were just supposed to be ordinary Avalon rabble, but with the potential to become something more. I don't have all the details about your case, especially concerning the Red Death, but something must have been done right, since you're not infected now. Sadly, the research was never completed. Now, I know we've never had that kind of relationship, but would you perhaps be willing to lie down and let me rummage a bit? Well, you can't begrudge me for trying.
Якщо не було варіанту, да, давай,
Go
похуй.
forth and thrive, or struggle. I'll find it interesting either way.
Варіативність трохи в гамні, якщо чесно. Але все одно ігрушка класна. Такс, куди нам далі? О, почти вдалося запаркуритись. Ми зайшли сюди, а тут, походу, ці ублюдки. Що вони тут ще делають?
Open up, Fergus. We know you're in there.
Get lost! You've taken everything from me. I won't give you anything else.
Stop whining and open up. We've got to talk. I've had enough of this lunatic. Keep an eye on him in case he gets out. I need a rest. What do you want? Then go be curious somewhere else. We have our orders. Open up, Ferkit!
Not a chance!
No, you could not, because it isn't your job. But if you really must know, Yesterday, one of our warehouses caught fire because of one of Furket's inventions. Denham ordered us to investigate, but how are we supposed to do that if we can't question the suspect? Come on, Furket! I don't have all day!
I don't care. Leave me alone.
I don't know you either. Why should I trust you with such a delicate task? Forget it. Unless Denham says otherwise, we'll keep at it until he relents.
Furket!
Get lost.
Було б набагато простіше їх всіх просто переїбашити. Де знайти того фріка їбаного? Так, новий уровень. Атрибуты. Нет, стойкость надо до 15 вкачать. Мерво навиків. Так, це. Тоді можна буде, навірно, next або тут викачати пасивний урон, або вже краще піти. Це, ну, не знаю, не то, щоб мені сильно воно важно було. Тут скорость атаки можна викачати, але це вже після дворучки, так що да, качаємо далі дворучку. Це непогано. Оце прикольно. Це теж прикольно. Все хорошо. І це прикольна тема. Оце супер охуєнна тема. Обязательно треба перше, що качати, це. Потім це. І це прикольна тема. Коротше, вся ветка. Надо викачувати. Але от не знаю, що сюди йти чи сюди. Мені кажеться, спочатку це треба викачати, потім йти сюди. Це викачувати. Чи сразу сюди мітнутись тут. Плюс 10% сразу же. За кожного. Але тільки 5 метрів. Це дуже мало. Ах, не знаю. Фул ветку треба качати. А тут що в нас? Це непогана тема. А все остальне таке собі хуйня, якщо чесно. Исцеление сбрасывает счетчик, то есть бессмысленно по факту. Тоді в ловкості після дворучки викачаємо скорость атаки. Ну, тоже таке собі. Крит попадання, це must have, мені кажеться. Дуже класна тема, але то вже потім. Не скоро. І не факт, що взагалі дойду до цього. Не то, що надо. Заброшений городський дом. Прикольно. Він ушатаний. Краще б взагалі не давали до нього доступу. Так як багатьох зараз роблять. Валять, суки. Ладно, привал зробимо до ранку. Я так і не знайшов того сраного лігата, де воно сидить, хер його знає. І хто?
Watch over us, now and in the hour of darkness. Keep us from the reach of the weird. Oh, by the All-Mother. You startled me, but please come in. It's been so long since I've had any company. I place my trust in the All-Mother's mercy. She protects the faithful, or calls them to her side. And there's nothing left worth stealing anyway. No, but thank you, dear. I'll stay here and wait for whatever fate the All-Mother brings me. If you ever find yourself passing this way again, you could stop by. I won't ask for more than that. Oh, I know. This land is cursed, and sooner or later, those who stay will perish. I would go, but I don't believe I'd make it halfway. The road is long, and the weirdness creeps in it. I've seen what it does to people. I don't want to end up like my Lanford. Ever since the weirdness took my husband, over a year now, perhaps his faith wasn't strong enough for the All-Mother, and he was punished. I have no family left. No one visits anymore, so I just sit here and pray for the All-Mother to spare me from whatever sin still clings to my soul. Thank you, dear. That's very... Here, take this. It's a charm I made. I left it by the All-Mother's shrine for 7 days and nights. May the goddess... Cruel, maybe. But gods aren't meant to be kind. They're meant to be obeyed. And if Lanford failed her... If the All...
Who is it? Well, good for you. If that's all. Who is it? Well, good for you.
Haven't seen your face around here before. A visitor. I'd rather not have to put your name on the bounty board. No, that'd be Sheena. I keep this camp running and make sure everyone's pulling their weight. Idle hands have no place in Camelot's army, especially not on a mission like this. Trouble is, we've got more work than men. So if you're looking to earn some coin, check the notice board. I can't spare any soldiers to deal with things outside of Connacht, but I'll be damned if I let those bandit scum run loose. I handle what makes soldiers fight. Sheena handles what keeps them comfortable. You want glory and gold? See me. You want a softer pillow or a warm meal? That's Sheena's domain. Legate Denham is in charge here. Sometimes I wonder if he upset someone higher up to get sent on this mission, because this place, it's a damn mess. Lord Yvain's acting like a maiden on her wedding night, the Red Priests are throwing their weight around, and the locals are ignoring the fact that they're all about to be swallowed by the weirdness. I have no idea how the legate puts up with it all. But, well, at least he's got me to make sure his orders are carried out. I'm Immunis Askel. If you're here for war stories, forget it. I've no time to entertain idle curiosity. Most of the fighting's behind me now. I've traded my sword for paperwork. Not glamorous, but necessary. Once we're done here, maybe I'll finally retire. Then I'll have all the time in the world to spin tales for nosy brats like you. Yes? I see you managed to defeat Sanguinor the Crimson. Good. Some say he was a knight who fell in battle and was brought back to life through dark magic, that he rose from the grave as an undead monstrosity with an insatiable bloodlust. Others say he was just a terrible jerk. Either way, he's gone now. Here's your reward. I recognize these remains. That's Thorn the Bloodbound. If you have his sword with you, be careful. It grants strength to the wielder, but at the cost of their blood. There are stories that Thorn got it from a demon he made a pact with. We'll probably never know. Hey, care to humor an old soldier with a friendly spar? These bones could use some warming up. That's the spirit. Let's see if I've still...
You're gonna regret crossing me. You're gonna regret crossing me.
I fought tougher than you.
Come on, show me what you've got.
You getting tired? You better step it up. I fought tougher than you. You better step it up. You better step it up. You better step it up. Damn it all, that was pathetic. 2 strikes and I'm on my ass. What happened to me? I used to be a force to be reckoned with. Now I'm just an old fool, shuffling papers and barking orders. Exercise? I don't have time for that. I'll be in the grave before I see results. No, I need something faster, something stronger. Exactly. You're quick. I'll give you that. There are potions, elixirs, things out there that can bring back the strength I've lost. I need one of those. Not some quack remedy, mind you. Something real. Something powerful. If I knew, I'd have fetched it myself. But there's talk of alchemists in the region who dabble in such things. And if anyone's got the gall to brave the wilds for it, it's you. I've also heard about some powerful stuff from the Dalrieta tribes. Trust me, I'm not a fan of those folks. But if it works as they say it does, I'll take it. Good. You'll be paid, of course. Just bring it quick, all right? The idea of sitting around like this for another day is unbearable. Yeah.
Oi, you. You're new here, aren't you? Ah, no, sorry. It's just that we don't see many new faces around here. Just us and the locals and, well, if you haven't noticed yet, they're not the friendliest bunch. Ha! You've seen nothing yet. They'd spit right in our eyes if they weren't afraid for their hides. We're here for their own good. But they just refuse to understand that. It's not like I don't have better things to do with my life. I've got a pregnant wife waiting for me at home, and they won't even let me buy a book for her. Yeah, about birthing and labour and whatnot. It's going to be our first, you see, so my wife's worried sick. I wanted to send it to her to ease her mind, you know? But that Dalrieta wench chased me out of her bookshop and won't let me back in. Well, could you? I'd be really grateful. Just don't tell her it's for me. She won't sell it to you otherwise. Please, I'll pay you back. I'll even throw in something extra. Please. Great. That's great. I'll be waiting right here.
А, я весь цей час сидів без мікрофона. Ну, охуїтельно. Надо собі якийсь віджит реально поставити, який буде показувати, що мікрофон вирублений. Може, вийде цю херню розтягнути? Не. Да, він просто забагувався.
Ah, here's our... You've really caused a stir around here with that spectacle in front of the Menhir. I had everything in order. The cart was ready, and people were all set to move to Camelot. But now, you appear out of nowhere, and suddenly a dying pile of stones lights up like a bonfire. That's bad. That's very bad.
Firstly, because now I have to write yet another report to Camelot that we're going to be late, and that they need to send us even more supplies. Secondly, you've somehow reignited the Menhir, and this has reignited people's hopes that they can stay. And that's dangerous. And before you ask why it's dangerous,
Поплач.
take a look around town.
Уёбище.
The recent Red Death outbreak took its toll, and I'm pretty sure things are just going to get worse and worse. But you should be thankful to them. Their hopes are the only reason we haven't locked you up for sabotaging our initiative. If that's really what you wanted to tell me, then it would mean I need to declare a bounty on your head. And you'd have to either leave or die here in Cunard.
You're gonna regret crossing me.
Not bad.
Come on, show me what you've got.
You'll regret crossing me. You shouldn't have crossed me.
Суки. Що мене в Сократі не забрали? Пішов нахуй. Типа я по ньому вообще урону не наносив. Квестовий пісанат, не може збити квестового пісаната. Ненавиджу таку тупу хуйню. Ще разок, значить, попробуємо.
You first set.
Б'єбіще. Ні, урон наноситься чи ні, я не замітив.
You better step it up.
Come on.
Де нахуй звідси?
I fought tougher than you.
Ні, урона нема.
You'll regret crossing me.
Не, охуєнна ігра. Просто охуєнно. Придурку урон тупо не доносить. Блять. RPG.
You
Б'єбіще.
first set. You can go tell Murig that your presence doesn't change anything about our deal, and that you are unwilling to help with his endeavors, whatever they... And if he doesn't listen, play along, but come back to me when you... Yes, on my orders. Firkett needs to give me an explanation for a very unfortunate accident in which innocent soldiers were hurt. One of our warehouses burned down. The one where we kept all of Firkett's inventions. My men suspect sabotage, which isn't exactly unheard of around here. I do have my doubts, though. They say Firkett is a madman, and madmen tend to be poor planners. Trust me, I know all about it.
Уёбище.
He's a local inventor, and as far as I know, doesn't have the best reputation in Cunard. At the moment, at least. There was a time when he was quite useful. He invented various machines for more efficient farming and other practical applications. But now he's apparently fixated on the weirdness, and he doesn't want to talk about anything else. People are afraid of him. Since you're already here, I might have a task for you. Firkett refuses to talk to my men, and the locals don't trust him. There's a slim chance that anyone would be willing to mediate the matter. But you, He doesn't know you. Perhaps he'll be more open with a stranger and confess the truth. So, are you interested? You can ask him if he set fire to our warehouse on purpose. You should also try to bring him in voluntarily, though knowing Firkit, that's unlikely. Do whatever you think is best. I just want to find out who is responsible for this accident. Here are the orders. Show them to the boys by the gate and they'll... As soon as...
Блядь, бісить ця ігра, нахуй. Що це за залупа? Чого я маю, блядь, слухати цю фріка їбаного? Ну, він квестовий персонаж. А якщо я просто хочу йому башку, нахуй, одрізати? Ну, він квестовий. Та мені поїбать. Йому дрочілі хуй відрізав мене. Сука, блядь. Ладно, погнали, поговоримо з тою. По-другою. Книжному. Надо би почати двигатись вже звідси. То я щось, ну, занадто довго туплю цю порядку. Але вроді як все полутав, що мені треба, що не треба. Набрав кучу квестів, що круто. З всіма перетер. Підлутався, улучшився. Левелів піднабирав. А лута тут реально до хріна. Правда, я не знаю, на що він мені весь досі не понімаю. Окей. Це все можна продати буде потім.
Always a pleasure to see if it's quality. She is? That's interesting news. Though I had no idea the hospital had financial problems. I thought it was funded by our brave Camelosian army. Or was it Lord... who in turn dumped the entire responsibility onto her poor apprentice. That sounds like a complete disaster of mismanagement. Still, with a bit of restructuring, it might not be entirely hopeless. That said, a hospital doesn't exactly strike me as a lucrative venture, and I'm not in business for charity. When I invest, I expect a return. And here, I just don't see it. That's true. But in Kunacht, people would sooner dig up their grandmother's miracle recipes than pay for something they used to get for free. I need some concrete ideas. Now that is an intriguing thought. I like it. We've healed the men here. Why not heal everything? Of course, we'll need to think about other ways to secure profits before word gets out. But you're right, the potential here is undeniable. With the right strategy, this could turn into something truly remarkable. Not just me, I hope. We'll need backing from the rest of the Merchants' Union. Start with Bonksy and Osmond, get them to join in, and talk to Irwin since we'll need an alchemist. The more support we have, the better.
I wasn't... Elixirs.
So he's just old. There's no magic cure for that. Because but science? Science has solutions. This is a blend of stimulants and enhancers. It'll make him feel like side effects. Sure, there might be some. But what doesn't come with risks? If he's desperate enough, he'll take it. If not, let him rot with his... Here, take this recipe. But prepare it carefully. Precision matters if you don't want it. And... I assume you're here to hand me an invitation? Let's skip the pleasantries. Why would merchants take over the patronage of a hospital? And why should I have anything to do with it? I've been having a serious problem with my supplies lately. The Red Church is hoarding every remotely valuable alchemical ingredient for themselves. Here's a list of items I particularly need. Then I'll join this union, whatever that turns out to be.
Ладно.
Nice to see you. Hello again. What do you need to do? Ha! I'm not surprised he's asking me. Without my financial backing and, more importantly, my experience, most of the guild's investments wouldn't stand a chance. They really value my involvement, and that gives me leverage. In other words, I can do a bit of bargaining. Have you heard the legend of Robbie of Grubwood? A bandit who stole from rich merchants and gave the gold to commoners. They say he was an incredible archer. At least, that's how the story goes. People say the same about me, but I'm still waiting for someone to write a song about me, like they did for Robbie. It's only a matter of time. Robbie's long dead. I heard someone in his gang betrayed him. He's buried in a tomb not far from here, along with his bow. And that bow has been on my mind for a while now, you see. According to legend, it's made from centuries-old yew, and enchanted by a druid whose life Robbie once saved. Bring me that bow, and I'll support Alwyn's investment. What do you say? That's what I like to hear. I always say sticking close to older, more experienced folks is worth it. There's so much you can learn from them. Am I right? Of course.
Блін, мені оцей нравиться, лук арканіста.
Leave it already?
Oh, hello there. Good to see you. A trip to the caves by the bay in the south. The bandits set up a camp there, so I decided to go after their loot. After all, stealing from a thief isn't a crime, right? They were drunk, so I thought I could sneak in and grab the treasure without any trouble. But I guess I underestimated them. They caught on and started chasing me. 4 or 5 of them, I think. I made it to the exit, and then there was a giant ogre on the beach. I barely managed to slip past it, and the bandits backed off. Maybe so. But what do I need sense for when it comes to killing grindylows and hunting treasure? Luck is much more useful. I don't know. I got an offer to supply ingredients for healing potions. But honestly, that doesn't sound very exciting. My adventures are more about leaping over chasms and escaping collapsing ruins than gathering wildflowers. Maybe so, but it's still not worth spending as much time on it as Alwyn wants. I could be exploring underground labyrinths or running from guards across rooftops instead. You know what? You're right. That could work. But I can't go anywhere until I sell off all my wares. How about it? Want to take the lot? I'll give you a big discount. Yes? Did you manage to scrape together the money? Oh, I hope so. I'm starting to feel like I'm rooting. Fantastic! If you don't need something, you can always sell it later. Let Alwyn know I'm in. And I can't wait for my first trip to Gathering Grail. Life's too short.
Ой, бля.
Oh, hello there.
Ну ладно. Не така безполезна хуйня.
Hello again. Well, that's not ideal. I was hoping at least most of them would be willing to invest. It won't be easy to make it work, but Ailey will remain as head of the hospital. And at least for now, some of the financial burden will be. As for the future, well, who knows? Avalon is vast and full. Safe journeys, friend.
В смислі? Що за хуйня? Я думав, їх всіх треба. Ні, уламаю всіх. З одної хочу по їх квестах пошлятися, це куча експи. Плюс лут. Угу. Це прям тільки що було, да? Да. Ну, вже карта трохи квестами обросла, це хорошо. Ще заремітнемося сюди, тут позбираємо квести, тут скоріше вони полюбасу мають бути. В дорозі ще щось зачистим. Що це за хуйня? Ще письмо. Я знаю тільки одного кузнеця тут.
Spare a coin for the hungry.
Давай сходимо до нього. Подивимося, це він чи ні. Да, це він. Але, скоріш все, спочатку його синку треба помогти. Перед тим, як здавати це. Ладно. Ладно, на сьогодні, напевно, все. А може, ще ввечері підроблю, але я дуже сумніваюся. Скоріш всього, завтра. Окей, тоді, на созвоні.